today, and we will try to move as quickly as we can, but we do have some procedures and processes that we want you to follow. All right, go ahead, Deputy Paul. Thank you. I'm going to proceed to call the calendar. They cannot. Now I unmute. But I think they still cannot hear on Zoom for some reason today.
We can hear you now, Your Honor.
You can hear me now? Okay. For those on Zoom, did you hear my brief opening announcement?
No, and Judge, you're very quiet. I have my volume up to 100, but I can
Can't hear
barely.
you either, Judge.
I'm going to blame our technical difficulties on the fog this morning.
Judge, I can't hear you either.
They didn't even hear my joke. Can you want to ask Michael to step over? All right. Yeah, who's George? I'm trying to run. Can you hear me now?
No, Your Honor.
One time, can you hear me now?
Yes, but there's an echo at the end.
Your Honor, I've contacted IT and they're sending someone.
Thank you. This one is live. I wonder if you turn PD Wilson. Can you hear me now?
Well, I hear you, but it's incredibly faint.
Ah, okay, I'm getting closer.
That's better.
That's better.
I'll just put on my listening ears and
We're trying to work through it. Hold on 1 second. We did one thing that may be helping us.
that's definitely better.
Okay, I told a joke and you missed my joke. Let's see. I'm gonna blame it on the fog today, but I'm trying to get an IT person here so they can figure out why I'm in a fishbowl, I guess. So give us a few seconds, okay?
Good morning, Zoom participants. While you're waiting on the judge to fix her sound, please remember that you should be seated and the camera, your camera should be on when you speak with the judge. If you're doing a lot of movement, that's going to be a problem. So please be seated. Find a quiet spot to sit. Thank you.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? No.
Barely.
PD Wilson, can you hear me now?
Same as before.
Can you hear me any better?
Yes, that's perfect.
That's perfect.
Perfect.
All right. Now let's see about we're gonna see about the mic at the podium.
Can you hear me?
I just have to be very, very, very close to the mic, I think.
Can you hear me?
We're getting the podium together, PD Wilson.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you.
You can?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I will start again. Can you hear me, PD Wilson?
Loud and clear, Judge.
Oh, great. I will at least start again. Today is December the 8th, 2022. I am Judge Regina Mincy, and this is our Orca arraignment calendar with specially set cases that Deputy Falk just announced. I may ask her to do her announcement again because those on Zoom could not hear us. We'll kind of start over and do a do-over due to our technical difficulties. And I see some heads nodding on Zoom. And so this is a special calendar and the purpose will be explained and our procedures will be explained by Deputy Falk from the Solicitor General's office. And so we again ask everyone to pack your patience. We will move as quickly as we can, but we also have processes and procedures that we'll need to follow with these cases. So Deputy Falk, take it away, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Please nod if you can hear me on Zoom. Okay. See, one
PD
nod.
Wilson, can you hear Deputy Falk?
Very low.
Very low.
Okay,
Same.
so is that better?
Yes.
All right, so here is the purpose of our, the purpose of today. There are a number of cases on our calendar that are dealing with, and all of them are dealing with either laying drag, racing, or reckless driving. The purpose of today is to address these cases as they present a serious harm to our community. A lot of these cases, individuals were going at a very high rate of speed on highways, which can cause obviously serious injury to anyone who may be on the roadway. To that end, we are making our best and final offer today. If you are on the Zoom and you do need or believe you would qualify for a public defender, PD Christy Wilson is here on the line. Ms. Wilson, I don't know how you would like to handle anyone in the courtroom or on Zoom who would like to qualify for a public defender, but after I conclude, I will ask the court to turn it over to you so you can tell them how they can qualify. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is our best and final offer. If you enter a plea of not guilty today, your case will be going to trial and we will be withdrawing this offer. Also, if you enter a plea of guilty today, you are receiving our best offer as of today. Anything beyond today, we cannot guarantee this offer will be on the table. That is all for the state.
All right, thank you, Deputy Falk. PD Christy Wilson.
Yes, Judge. It's my understanding some people from our office are coming to appear in person, but anyone who would like to apply for a public defender, I can give my office phone number, and when you take a break, they can step out in the hallway and give me a call, and I will gladly interview them over the phone, discuss the state's offer with them, and then report back to the court. So if the state will just give the offers on the record for anyone who says they'd like a public defender, then I think that would probably be the best way to handle it.
All right, I do see in the chat, there is an email to send the name and contact number. Do you still want that to happen or no? And that's from.
No, I think it'd be easier if they call me directly. So I'll give them my office number
Right, put
to
your
cut out the middleman.
right, put your office number in the chat to my litigation manager.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if there are no other announcements, I will proceed with calling the calendar to see who we have in court with us today. First case we have is Raphael Adams. Raphael Adams. bench warrant. Charles Bass. Charles Bass. Oh, and I see the entry was filed November 22nd. I don't know if we've had a conflicts letter or anything. Let's hold there and try to find out where the attorney is. Ali Balori or Balowry. All right, are you represented by counsel? Do you wish to apply for the services of the public defender? Do not, are you going to represent yourself? Yes? Okay, but you're going to be your own lawyer today? All right, we'll let you talk to the deputy solicitor as soon as we finish calling the calendar. All right. Mhm. Oh, waiver of arraignment, not appearance. We were thinking alike. Okay. January 25th, okay. All right, that case is reset to January 25th. Uh-huh. Next position is Elbert Claremont. Elbert Claremont. All right, reset to January the 25th, 2023. Thank you. Marquez Cox. All right, we'll hold for a second. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Terrell Davis. Good morning. Okay. Mm. All right. We also tell some attorneys too, check some of the, I don't know if he's incarcerated or can't be found for that reason. But the mail was returned. Um, I will give it one reset, and continue it, Madam Clerk, to what date? All right. I will give that one continuance, one reset to that January the 5th calendar at 9 a.m. All right. You've technically been noticed, but they will send it to you. We have your entry of appearance in this case? We should. No, I think we're going to need you to file it here in the state court. Deputy Falk? So if you could do that today or tomorrow for sure, and then the notices obviously will come to you once you file your entry. Okay, thank you. Yes, you may. Thank you. And what will we just hold? I mean, we certainly don't have a reset date out that far. So that will be the announcement, in custody of April 2023, and we'll go from there at that time. Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. Next case is Bruno Delva. Bruno Delva.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Delva, you will have to turn on your camera.
Oh, okay.
Veronica Scales, attorney for Mr. Delva.
All right. Yep. I had here, on the calendar, Frank Hicks. Are you with the same office or different?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you're with Mr. Hicks's office?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, so leave his name in, don't scratch out.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Scales. All right, I see interference, leave of absence. Okay. All right, so this has a leave of absence, so we're going to reset this one. And are we resetting to January 5th? All right. Unless you're willing to move forward today, Attorney Scales, I do have a leave of absence filed, in this case for Mr. Ricks. What are you?
We do prefer to reset, Your Honor.
You prefer the reset?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, due to the leave of absence filed, we will reset to January the 5th at 9 a.m. Right. Ms. Scales, can we send the offer to you and Mr. Hicks?
Yes, please.
Are you able to put your email in the chat, or do you want it sent directly?
Yes, I am.
Okay. She's sending it to you directly to the chat. Deputy Falk is. All right, thank you. All right, and you may, once you have that information, Attorney Scales, and if you don't have any other business, you're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have placed my email in the chat.
All right, and you.
And I received that email from the prosecution.
All right, and you will be getting the offer from the state. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. All right, John Durnell. John Durnell.
she's running late, but that she would be.
All right, we'll hold for her announcement. Albert Fuqua. Albert Fuqua. All right, bench warrant. Michael Gadsden. Michael Gadsden. All right, good morning, Mr. Gadsden. What is your announcement, or do you have counsel? Do you intend to seek counsel? You're going to represent yourself? All right, Deputy Falk. Wilson Gonzalez. Wilson Gonzalez. All right, bench warrant. Kyle or Keel Gossett Fleming. Kyle. Good morning, how are you?
Well,
And tell me your last name again. All right. And we do have a note here.
Gossip Fleming is active duty, Your Honor. Not here, but I'm here this morning, I believe. Discovery. I would just like to pre-try the case, state judge.
All right. And
Oh, yeah. So I would definitely need a reset, Judge. I don't believe, I'm not gonna be prepared to resolve the case today.
okay.
But while I'm here.
All right, that'll be fine.
Your Honor, set for that January.
Probably, but I'm going to leave that up to Deputy Falk, depending. Okay.
I appreciate your help.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
January 12th.
January 12th.
Okay. Yes, you may. We'll see you on January the 12th. Thank you. You too. Good morning. Great. All right. Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
I can't hear any of the attorneys at the prosecuting table. And it is being recorded, so if they could speak a little more into the mic for the benefit of this recording.
Correct. Hold on one
hear?
second.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear that.
Did you hear that?
That's feedback with Mr. Raffoff, but I did hear the other individual.
Right. Mr.
Can you hear me?
Raffoff with the Public Defender's Office is here at the table.
I can hear the prosecuting table fine, but Mr. Raffoff, I couldn't hear him, and then there was a lot of feedback.
We'll try to work with it, see where we go. He may not need to do that much talking today. If so, we'll have him to come to the podium.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Aaron Griffin. Aaron Griffin. Yes, sir. Do you have counsel, Mr. Griffin? All right, is that David Crawford? Okay, all right, we'll hold for his arrival.
Conflict to file a report on December 7th, so that would pick up with what.
Okay, great. All right, we'll hold for his arrival. Thank you. Robert Harris. Robert Harris.
Your Honor, hearing no response, state would move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
All right, bench warrant. Stephen Terrell Hicks. Stephen Terrell Hicks.
Your Honor, we're showing filed by Attorney Romero.
Thank you. Reset. Fayez or Fiaz Imran. I see an entry. Okay.
Yes, good morning again, Your Honor.
Morning.
Attorney Ben Mazingo on behalf of, we would just request free trial.
All right. Deputy Paul.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Charles Jackson. Charles Jackson.
Your Honor, state for bench warrant bond forfeiture, we are showing his letter was returned on.
All right. Bench warrant. Carnegie, is it Judy or Judy?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
Is
right.
Carnegie is Carnegie like Carnegie Hall?
Yes. Pronounce your last name. I apologize for mispronouncing it.
Oh, is Judy? Is
Judy.
French? Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what is your announcement, Mr. Judy?
Your Honor, I'm in the process of getting a lawyer. I was wondering if you could give me a reset date.
Any announcement from the state? Which type of attorney? Private attorney or public defender?
I was going to get a private attorney. I already have a private attorney. I'm just working on the money to give to him so he can represent this case because I have a previous case that he's representing already.
Your Honor,
I can't hear anything what she's saying, Your Honor.
Hold on.
the state agrees to a one-time reset to January 5th at 9 a.m. And I am placing in the notes that the defendant has stated he will have an attorney at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. This is your one-time reset. And if not, when you come on January the 5th, we will be ready to proceed.
Yes, I'll be ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right. And so as soon as your attorney is retained, he or she will know to file an entry of appearance with the court immediately so that they can get any other notices. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you back on January the 5th at 9 a.m.
January the 5th, 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You're excused. Chamberlain Knights. Chamberlain Knights. I'm sorry. Are you Mr. Knights? Okay. You can stop there. All right. What is your announcement, Mr. Knights? All right. Do you have counsel? Do you intend to hire counsel? All right. We will let you talk to the Solicitor General's office as soon as we triage through the calendar. So if you have a seat for me, then she'll share some. Okay. All right. Thank you. There's anyone that I've already called and you intend or would like to apply for the public defender, now that we have someone here, I don't think I heard anyone say it just quite yet, since we do have someone from the office who can begin an application to move it along. Of those that I've already called, is there anyone that needs to make an application to the public defender's office that I've already called? All right. Next case, Michael Kozrev or Kozirev. And a waiver. All right, so that's reset January 25th. Maurice Lawson. Maurice Lawson. Okay. All right. Travis Manuel, I see waiver of arraignment filed. And is that just going to be reset, or have you all been in contact for Travis Manuel? Okay. All right. We will reset to January the 5th, 9 a.m. Henry Maravilla Rivas.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
Mitchell, that's my case.
Okay.
I did a request for discovery and I received discovery in this case, and I received discovery in another case ending in 203. So I'm not sure if both of them are on for today. My client's in the courtroom. I'm on leave, and I'd like to get an offer from the solicitor's office and put this on the January 25th calendar, if that's possible.
Well, January 25th is really for motions. We'd like to put you on January the 5th if that's possible.
I have a doctor's appointment that day that took me 3 months to get. That's why
Oh,
I'm trying to not do that day.
all right.
I can't hear anything anyone
Hold
else
on
is.
1 second. Okay. All right, we're going to squeeze you into January the 25th.
Okay.
And if you'll please put your email in the chat to me directly, I can email you the state's offer.
If you can put your email in the chat, then Deputy Falk will email you the state's offer.
Okay, and after that, may me and my client be excused?
Yes, do you have 2 cases or just the one?
Well, I received discovery. When I requested discovery, they sent me discovery in 2 different case numbers. This one, the one that's on for today, ends in 209, but my client also has the same case sequence ending in 203.
And they're right behind each other, and I see them on the calendar. So they're
Okay,
different. Yes, 203 and 209.
okay, I represent them in both. I only did an entry in 209, but I'll do one in 203 as well.
Correct. And then both cases will be reset for January 25th.
Okay, sounds good. And I'm going to put my email in the chat and then log off.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Carlos Markland. Carlos Markland.
Your Honor, Mr. Markland is on Zoom. He's asking for our office to represent him. If the state has an offer, I'll reach out to Mr. Markland during the break.
Okay.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a great morning so far.
Good morning, Mr. Markland. Please tell me you're not driving.
I'm not driving.
Plead the 5th and tell me you're not driving, but I need you to
I-
pull up.
I plead the 5th, ma'am, and I'm pulling over right now. And it's, yes, ma'am, I plead the 5th. Yes, ma'am, I am not.
This is one time that the judge will allow you to do that, but please pull over.
Yes, ma'am, I am on the side of the road currently. Yes, ma'am, I do apologize. Please forgive
All
me.
right, we want you to be safe out there.
PD Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
I will put the offer in the chat shortly.
Thank you.
All right, we have you down with PD Wilson, and she's receiving the offer from the state, and then she will be talking to you to discuss that, okay?
Yes, ma'am, sounds fantastic. I greatly appreciate you all.
All right, we'll hold there on the side of the road, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Next case is Allison Montgomery. Allison Montgomery. Oh, okay. All right, are we resetting to January the 5th? Oh.
What was
So-
that announcement, Judge?
So we don't have any jury trial dates as of yet? Do we want to at least reset it to the 25th to track that case? Since that's a motions calendar, let's do that to January 25th. And that was from the attorney is still Brian Howard. Okay, let's reset it to January the 25th and then we'll see where it goes from there. All right, next case is Brendan Newell. Brendan Newell. Yes, sir. And what is your announcement? Do you have counsel, Mr. Newell? You would like to apply for the public defender? Okay. Let's do that first. They're going to give you some information and a form to complete, an application. And then we'll come back to you, okay? Lydell Northington. Lydell Northington. Okay. And so we're resetting that to January the 5th. Okay. Next case, Hans Padron, Hans. Where are you? Oh, I'm sorry, yes. What is your announcement, sir? Do you have counsel? I may have you to come to the podium real quick. I may not be able to answer your question, but let's see what it is.
Your Honor, I'm saying if I seek for legal advice from the public defense, I would like to know if the state would remove it off.
Okay, well, we'll probably end up doing both, but let's let you apply first with the public defender to see if you qualify. He's going to give you an application and then we'll come back to you, okay? All right, thank you. Yes. Oh, you already did that. Okay, let me go back. That's okay. Let's go back to position 28, state. That case was already reset to January the 25th due to the waiver. So it's not the 5th. Let's change that to January the 25th. On position 28.
What-
North. Next case I have is Alexis Perry. All right, and what is your announcement? Do you have counsel? Okay. All right. Let me say this announcement sort of in the middle, probably should have said it earlier. But those of you who do not have counsel, or even if you're using the public defender, it is your responsibility to keep your address current and update it with the clerk's office. So unless you have an attorney who the announcements will be mailed to, until you get that settled, when you leave here, you need to go to the second floor, first floor, to the clerk of state court and update your address so that at the very least you will get the notices and won't have a bench warrant out for you. And it's in this building, yes. And you can ask several of the people around if you need more information, but do not leave here today unless you have counsel and not have your address updated. Okay, thank you. Joshua Pierre. Joshua Pierre. Okay, I see you there. Do you have counsel? Who's your attorney? Mark, spell the last name. Mark Hill is your attorney. Has he entered an appearance? Right, similar to the other attorney, I think that some of them assume that when the case is bound over, that the attorney stays or that information is forwarded to us. So let your attorney know that he needs to file a new entry of appearance into the state court matter. And we have his name marked down. But what I need you to do is to go to the clerk's office as well and make sure that your address and your attorney's address is noted on to your case. Okay, so we're gonna reset him to when, Madam Clerk? We're gonna reset your case to January the 5th. We have noted that Mark Hill is your attorney, but until he has entered his appearance, make sure your information is correct and updated in the clerk's office, and then when he enters his appearance, it will roll over to your attorney's address, okay? All right, thank you. Next case is Jonathan Rivera. Jonathan Rivera.
Your Honor, Jonathan just came in the out of the waiting room, so we'll look and see if that's Mr. Rivera.
Let's see. Okay. Yes, let's see. Yes, give us your name, sir. Hold on, you're on mute. I see Jonathan. You're still on mute.
I'm sorry,
Okay. Tell me your name.
Jonathan Williams.
Jonathan Williams.
Yes.
Okay, you're not Jonathan Rivera.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Hold, I haven't gotten to you yet.
Okay.
Call the first name. All right, mute yourself. All right, Jonathan Rivera. Jonathan Rivera. All right, bench warrant. Alexis Robbins. Alexis Robbins. All right, bench warrant. Asil Salas. Asil Salas. Okay.
Laura Glasshouse on behalf of Mr. Salas. I have not had a chance to talk to the prosecutor about this case. I would like to get an offer, have this reset as I'm here representing Mr. Salas today. I don't.
All right.
I contacted the court staff. Okay. I was told that they didn't.
You were told by the court staff?
Paramore.
Oh,
Your Honor, I would ask that we have this reset. My client, I tried to reach out to find out if he needed to be here. He didn't receive anything as far as I actually didn't receive anything about court date today. I found it. But I would ask you not have to drop it today to the response. I am asking to be reset, and then when it's reset, if you have
Mhm. Okay. Yes.
And from Ms. I got that from Ms. Pink. So we've been trying to find out what needs to happen. I would ask my client not to about.
All right. Right. I do agree, and I understand custom, and habit in this county. So I will grant the reset to January the 5th, and we will definitely state for the record that the defendants must appear on that date, or else we will bench warrant them regardless of whether they have counsel and the counsel's here. So we do need the defendant to appear on January the 5th, okay?
Oh, well, that also is unclear whether it's going to be by Zoom or in person. Have a Zoom option.
The preference is obviously initially to be in person, but I'm looking at my clerk to see if we're going to still have the Zoom option. Okay, we will have the Zoom option as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, ladies. No problem. Position 35 is William Shirley. William Shirley. We have a conflict notice by his attorney. I'm sorry. And reset. Both of us. It is reset to January 25th. Next, I have Garrett Smith. Garrett Smith. All right, Mr. Smith, do you have counsel? No, do you want to apply for the services of the public defender? You do not. Are you going to hire private counsel? You're going to represent yourself? Would you like to pre-try and talk to the state today to see what their offer is? You do? Okay. All right, just hold and they'll come to you to pre-try with the Solicitor General's office, okay? All right, thank you. Quentin Strickland. Quentin Strickland. I think I saw Quentin on Zoom.
Yes, that's me, Young.
Okay, we've got a lot of feedback, but we'll try to get through this. Do you have counsel, Mr. Strickland?
I had to mute him because of the feedback, Your Honor.
Right. He's on what? Oh, are you on?
Mr. Strickland, if you're on two devices, log off of one.
Right.
Thank you.
That's why we're getting the feedback. You're on two devices. Did he log off both?
No, I'm still Young.
There you go. Okay, now we got you. Very good.
Okay.
That's better. Do you have counsel, Mr. Strickland?
I did, however, Your Honor, they wasn't able to be here today on such short notice, so I would like to still proceed with this case.
Well, you got to tell me one or the other. If you have an attorney and they're in the case, then I can't proceed with you by yourself. Are you going to fire your attorney today and go forward solo, or what are you going to do?
I'm just gonna go for it solo.
Okay. All right. So you want to pre-try with the state to see what their offer is?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. They will get back to you shortly.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Hold on a second. Do you know how to work the chat feature?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
Can you put your phone number in the chat just to the, who is it going to say? I don't want you to send it to everyone. Oh, okay, good. Deputy Falk is sending a message to you. Respond to her only and put your number there and they will call you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Back on Aziel Salas, I realized that on January 5th, I have a conflict. My daughter's having surgery.
Okay. Number 34. Position 34, the attorney has a conflict for that day, so we need to reset it to a later date. And clerk, will that be the 25th? I mean, the 12th. Okay, that will be January the 12th, attorney. Class S. January 12th. Will that work?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, 34 is reset to January the 12th. Next, I have Kaysen Walden. Kaysen Walden.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm
Judge,
present.
he's asked for our services. I have communicated that with the solicitor, and during the break, I will call him to see if he qualifies and move forward from there.
Okay, we'll hold and have you down for a public defender application. We'll wait for announcement, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Leonard Walker. Leonard Walker. All right, do you have counsel, Mr. Walker? You intend to hire counsel? Want to apply for the services of the public defender? Want to represent yourself? All right. You want to talk to the state today, correct? Okay. All right, we'll let you pre-try with the state and they will get to you shortly, okay? Charles Waters. Charles Waters. Is that January 25th? Possibly, Madam Clerk, to see what we do on that date. Oh, that's okay. All right, we're going to reset position 40 to January the 25th. January the 5th. 05, yeah, let's keep it. And give me the attorney's name again. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry. My clerk will get it. I just thought you had it in front of you. All right, I'm sorry. Let's correct that one and reset it to January the 5th. Next case is Devin Williams. Devin Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. That's my case. Craig Murphy.
Okay. And what is your announcement, Mr. Murphy?
Your Honor, I just learned of this. We found it on the docket. I got an email with discovery prior to filing an entry, but I see that the notice to my client was returned with a forwarding address. I have not been able to reach my client just on the short notice that I got about this. So I did go ahead and file my entry and some motions yesterday, but I would ask the court to give us a reset so that I can reach out to my client and review the discovery in this matter.
All right, Madam Clerk. We will reset you to January the 5th. Is that okay?
That works for me, Your Honor.
All right, we will reset to January the 5th, and in the meantime, you can talk to the state.
I will do that, Your Honor. I'll put my email in the chat for the state, and subject to that, may I be excused?
Yes,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you. And now Jonathan Williams, think he's on Zoom.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have counsel?
No,
Do you intend to hire counsel?
no,
You're going to represent yourself.
yes,
All right. Would you like to talk to the state today to see what they have for an offer?
no, ma'am,
Excuse me?
no.
Okay, so what would you like to do?
I'm not guilty.
This is not the time for that, but if you want to do that, I think you should talk to the state today. Their best offer is going to be made to you today. You go forward. You may be forced into a trial to represent yourself, and you know what they say about he who is his own attorney.
Correct.
So what would you like to do? Talk to the state today or not?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you're going to be proceeding to trial?
Yes.
Okay. All right, they're going to send you discovery and they're going to withdraw their offer today. So do you know how to use the chat feature?
Yes, I do.
All right, can you put your I'm sorry, Deputy Falk is going to send you a message in the chat. Respond to that with your phone number and email. His address as well, Deputy Falk, or? Right. Send us your address, your telephone number, your cell number, and your email. Can you put all that in the chat so that we can send you notices?
And what to send again? You said phone number, email, name,
and your address.
and address. I haven't received an email yet.
Not an email, it's a chat.
I meant a chat. I ain't received a chat yet.
She just sent that to you. You don't see it?
Chat. What's the name again? Name is Miss Shelley.
Yes.
That is
Deputy
correct.
Falk.
Okay. I got it now.
Okay.
So it'll be name, address, phone number, and email.
And are you requesting a bench trial or a jury trial?
Jury.
I think you should go seek counsel as quick as you can. All right, once you complete that, you will be finished and you will be able to go and you will wait for your next notice. Are we resetting him for sure or just further notice? Okay, you'll be further noticed.
Okay, I'm almost done with us. Send it this and let me know when she get it.
Okay. She has received it. You're free to go.
Let me put I forgot about that.
All right, next case I have is Ethan Willock. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name. Okay. All right. They will get to you in a minute. Last case is Davion Workman. Davion Workman. Okay, bench warrant. Are there any persons in the courtroom that did not hear your name called? Anyone whose name I did not call? Let's see. I think we were holding for your announcement. Yes. Pre-trial, okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Crawford. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
So Attorney Ansley Sluts here for Aaron Gerstenzang for John Durnell. If we could also pre-try with the state.
Okay. And tell me that case again. Oh, Durnell. Gotcha. Okay. So we'll pre-try that. All right, thank you. Any other announcements or any other cases that I've not called or names that I've not called? Everyone has been taken care of. We'll either hold for you to finish your applications with the Public Defender's Office. Please do not leave without any additional information or making sure that your information is correct with the clerk's office. Those of you that may be waiting without attorneys. Otherwise, we ask you to be patient with us. We're going to get through this as soon as we can. However, we have to wait on these applications as well as a few other announcements in order for you to talk with the state. Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. All right, we will get started pre-trying cases and hopefully take some pleas. Thank you, everyone.
Actually,
Your Honor. She's talking. Can someone in the courtroom ask Ms. Shelley Falk to check her chat?
Judge, are you available? She's not. Judge Mincy?
I'm sorry, PD Wilson. I'm not in
Yes.
control of my mute button, so I have to look over. Yes, ma'am, what you got?
Position 25 is logging back into the Zoom call. I just saw him log back in. He did not qualify for our services. He would like to speak with the solicitor.
Okay. All right, I will let them know. Position 25.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm looking at them now. Right, and then come to, okay, yeah.
And then if Mr. Walden could check his, oh, I'm sorry, never mind.
Put me in a breakout room with Mr. Quinton on Zoom under Shelley.
I couldn't hear that.
All right, so we have position 25 wants to pre-try.
This is Christy Wilson.
Did you hear that, Deputy Falk? Okay. Right, and he does not qualify. And I think she's working on 38. Was there an announcement on 38, Walden? Yeah, because it's hard. Okay, and we'll look that way. Okay.
So, Your Honor, to make the announcement on position number 36.
We can't hear anything. Your Honor,
Yes.
a Carlos Markland has joined the chat. Joined the Zoom, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
He was already on. Yeah, that was the truck driver.
No, no, I wasn't a truck driver, ma'am. I did have a truck, yes, ma'am, but not an 18-wheeler. I apologize. I don't know which one you're referencing to.
I had you for pre-trying to talk to the state. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just hold on. They're gonna get to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. He unmuted himself, so I thought he had something to say to the court.
Okay, thank you. So we're just gonna arraign him. Is he still there or? Can you unmute me for a second? Strickland? Mr. Strickland? Right, I don't know if he can hear me or if he stepped away. Quentin Strickland. You can mute me back. Maybe he went to the.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Oh.
Mr. Quentin Strickland has returned.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, is there another ASG besides Ms. Folk, or is Ms. Folk the only ASG?
You're on mute, Your Honor.
Can you see our PD Wilson Tortorello is here too?
I'm sorry, who?
ASG Tortorello.
Okay, if one of them could either chat or call me about position 38, I think we could possibly have a resolution.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my position. I'll go ahead.
Okay, we're gonna place you all in a breakout.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Yes, thank you. Mr. Strickland, is it? Clinton,
Yes, ma'am.
what's your last name? Strickland?
Yes, ma'am. Strickland.
Okay, hold on a second. So you need to be arraigned. You want to plead not guilty and be set for trial?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to arraign you in a few minutes,
Okay.
giving you a formal reading of the charges.
Okay.
All right, so hold on a second. $37.
somebody on Zoom can bring back PD Wilson. The laptop kind of died on me, so still there. Hi, PD Wilson. I'm sorry, my laptop died, so
Good morning, ma'am. I could barely hear you.
sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you guys hear me now? PD Wilson, this message is for, I'm talking to you. I apologize. My laptop died, so kind of took me out of the breakout room.
And so, Judge, I can barely hear the ASG, but before she left the breakout room, I was just asking her if she would be willing to hold her offer open since Mr. Walden, position 38, does qualify. But we'd like some time to work through.
Hold on, Miss Wilson, she's coming. I think what's going to happen today is if if nothing's agreed upon, the offer may not be on the table. So I will have to.
Judge, I can't hear.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, can you hear? Can you hear now?
Don't think she can. We're trying to, let's see.
Can you hear me now?
Barely.
Can you hear
I'm
me
not-
now? Can I talk louder?
Yes.
Okay. Generally, what's supposed to happen today is that if the offer is not being accepted today, it's going to come off the table. It's going to be withdrawn. It's something that I would have to consult with a supervisor to see if they're willing to hold that offer for you. So I can, I guess, follow up with you in a minute.
I guess we'll wait patiently, Judge.
Did you hear? Ms. Wilson?
She heard, I think she said she'll wait patiently.
They are going to have to speak loud when they're in that mic.
Okay. Because these are not the strongest mics in the world.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you if you do just like that. You know, if you elevate your voice, we can hear
So
you.
you have to use a deputy's voice and not your library voice. Okay, thank you.
PD Wilson? Can you hear me, PD Wilson?
Faintly.
Hi, so the state will hold the offer until the 19th of December for your client, given the circumstance.
Okay, and to clarify, were you asking for both the time and the fine or for either or?
Either or.
Okay. Judge, Mr. Walden is currently staying at the Potter's house in Jefferson, Georgia, based on the fact that we just were appointed today to represent Mr. Walden, and because he's in a residential treatment program, we are asking the court to reset this case and would like the record to reflect that the state is holding their offer open so that we have time to speak with Mr. Walden, to speak with his probation officer, and then resolve this case.
All right. And what's our reset date? Clerk. Okay, we're resetting this case, PD Wilson to January the 5th at 9 a.m.
And Judge, tomorrow is my last day in Fulton. So someone from our office will represent Mr. Walden. I explained to him that it would not be me.
Oh, sorry for you to leave us.
Well, I wasn't expecting to, but Douglas made an offer I couldn't refuse. So,
Okay. Well, you won't be too far away.
no, I won't be too far away. So can Mr. Walden be excused, understanding that he has court on January 5th and that we have his contact information and we'll reach out to him?
Right, and so just double checking, making sure too, this is position 38. Is it Kason Walden?
Yes.
Okay,
the
and so we
state-
have his address and information as well updated.
Yes, he's currently in Potter's house, so we have
right.
that address as well as what he expects would be his address when he comes home, but current mail
Right, he's in Jefferson.
should
Georgia.
be mailed to 655 Potter House Road, Jefferson, Georgia, 30549.
Okay,
And Your Honor, again, the state will be holding this offer until December 19th, 2022, and we will need a written acceptance from defense. Either it could be by email or something, but we need it in writing that your client is accepting.
I will pass that message on.
Thank you.
all right, thank you. We will excuse Mr. Walden.
Thank you. And Judge, I believe that concludes my business with the court. May I be excused?
I guess we'll let you go.
I appreciate
All right.
I
good.
appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, take care. And I also have one arraignment too, Deputy Falk. I think that's Strickland. Let me. Mr. Strickland, there you go. I'm going to arraign you. Will you waive a formal reading of the charges?
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry.
You said what now?
Will you waive a formal reading of the charges, or do we need to read the accusation?
You can read the accusation.
All right, hold on a second. I'm going to take a plea before that, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay.
All right, Deputy Falk, we have position 13, case number 22 CR 007169, State versus Aaron Griffin. You're being charged with 1 count of drag in circular or zigzag course lane drags. The offense date is May the 8th, 2021. And do we have a plea? All right. And Mr. Crawford, is that your understanding of the offer?
Yes.
And so in order to accept and take this plea, Mr. Griffin, I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? Okay, so put your hand down. I'm going to ask you a series of questions in order to accept this plea. And I also need to ask defense, Mr. Crawford, do you stipulate to venue, identity, and a factual basis?
Yes, we do.
All right. And so, Mr. Griffin, are you presently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time?
No.
All right. Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty today, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
That you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer? And are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
And do you understand that this court doesn't have to accept the state's recommendation and we can impose a maximum sentence, and that you have the right to withdraw your guilty plea. Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today? And do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, your immigration status may be affected because of your guilty plea? And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you? And again, as to the charge of driving in a circular or zigzag course, laying drags, how do you plead?
Guilty.
All right, and you understand the conditions, 12 months probation. It will be suspended upon the payment of a $500 fine plus the surcharges. Okay. Any questions from either side, the state or council? Okay, great. Oops. Gotcha. All right, there is the paperwork. I will have accepted your plea. Good luck to you. If there's nothing else, you all may be excused. Hold on one second. She's gonna have you to, once you go pay, to bring back the receipt. So I shouldn't say it that fast. All right, this is position 22 CR 007183, State versus Chamberlain Knights. You're charged with one count of driving in circular or zigzag course laying drags. The offense date is September the 10th, 2019. And what is your announcement, Mr. Knight? Not guilty, and you're going to sign a waiver of arraignment and waive the formal reading of the charges. All right. And you have been arraigned and you will be further noticed for court. Is that correct, Deputy? Okay. All right, and the recommendation's been withdrawn. All right, you signed all the paperwork with Deputy Falk? Okay. Okay, and you have your discovery. Okay. All right, thank you very much, and make sure you keep that address updated with the clerk. And if you get counsel, let them know, he will know, he or she will know what to do as well. And then you will be further noticed. Okay? All right, thank you. All right, let me, my Zoom, persons, I have to, clear my courtroom. And then I will come back to you. I'm gonna take this case, and if I don't have anyone next, Mr. Strickland, then I will come to you, okay? All right, thank you.
Okay.
Oh. Here you go. All right. And Mr. Walker, on this matter, what is your announcement? Okay, you want to pay the fine today? And you want to plead guilty today? Okay, all right. I am waiting on the plea paperwork for you to complete, and then we will take a plea from you, okay? All right, thank you. Hold on a second while we get the paperwork together. Okay. Oh, that's, yeah. Do you want me to do the arraignment on Strickland or wait? He wants me to read the charge. Do you have any?
Can't hear anything. Is something occurring in the court? Or are you all still in recess?
I think what they're doing is bringing them up first to say that and then having them to take a seat over there to wait on the paperwork. Okay. All right. No, thank you. Mr. Gaston, I am making sure the disposition that we're getting ready to take on your case 22 CR 007164. You're charged with one count of driving in circular or zigzag course lane drags and a second count of wrong way on a one-way street, both with the offense date of May the 8th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it is my understanding that you intend to plead guilty to both charges today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we are going to process your paperwork in a second. We're going to have you to take a seat on this side of me, and then we will call you back up to swear you in to take your actual plea, okay? All right, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, we're still holding for a plea and then Mr. Strickland's arraignment, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uh-huh. Actually, oh, actually, I have Mr. Strickland's paperwork.
Okay, Your Honor, I just was wondering. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Strickland?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that.
Okay. You're not on two devices, right?
No, the other device don't, the microphone not working, and that's why I was doing it.
Oh, all right. This is case number 22 CR 007198, State versus Quentin Strickland. You're being charged with 2 counts. The first being basic rules, too fast for conditions. The second one being driving in a circular or zigzag course lane drags, both with the offense date of March the 9th, 2019. And again, remember that anything that you state about the facts, the circumstances, or the occurrences in your case can and will be used against you, so govern yourself accordingly. And I asked you if you waived a formal reading of the accusation, and you stated that you did not. You wanted to read you both charges. The first one being too fast for conditions under OCGA 40-6-1.
You said too fast for condition. I can barely hear you.
Yes, basic rules too fast for conditions under OCGA 40-6-180.
Mhm.
And then the second charge is driving in a circular or zigzag course laying drag, and that's under OCGA 40-6-251. And both offenses occurred on March the 9th, 2019. And again, Mr. Strickland, you're being charged with both of these offenses, and they are going to be formally accused by the Solicitor General's office in Fulton County. And each of these charges carries a maximum sentence of 1 year in jail or a maximum fine of $1,000 for each charge. Your case will be reset for jury trial, and the trial will be scheduled by the state court judge to whom the case is assigned as further notice for trial. So you need to make sure that your address and your date and and your phone number rather, and your address are current with the clerk's office at all times. At the jury trial, you will have a right to an attorney. You do not have the burden to prove the charge at trial. The state, represented by the Solicitor General's office, will bear that burden and will have to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt in order to get a conviction in your case. If they do get a conviction, you could face a sentence of up to 1 year in prison or a fine of $1,000 for each charge. This could run concurrently or consecutively. Based upon the information, do you plead not guilty to both of these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will accept your plea of not guilty, and this case will be further reset for a jury trial as you have requested, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you've been formally arraigned and you are free to go. You'll be further notice for trial.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. I just had a quick question. My phone was connected to my Bluetooth, and I don't know if anyone called my name. My name is Carlos Markland. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't skipped.
Hold on, Mr. Markland. You were set down for pre-trial. Can you turn your camera on?
Yes, ma'am. I was set to talk to the solicitor as far as they said that I didn't qualify for their services. So they said I needed to talk to a solicitor.
Okay, I was not aware that he did not qualify for the services of public defender. I just had will apply for PD. I will send him the recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. And I would love to. Yeah, that's what they told me. I don't know the circumstances for why I didn't apply. I believe they said it was because I was just recently married and something with our incomes. Okay, yes, ma'am.
You don't need to tell me that. We don't need to know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Not qualified, and they will be reaching out. How are we reaching out to him?
I can rejoin the Zoom, Your Honor, and just send him a chat message letting him know the recommendation.
Deputy Falk is going to get back on Zoom and send you the direct message in the chat. Do you see your
Yes,
chat?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I do see my chat. I don't have a message currently, but I'm awaiting it.
Okay, she's gonna send it to you in a few
I'm
seconds. Give her a
joining now.
minute.
I'll send it to you in the next few minutes.
Okay, and then you all
Yes, ma'am.
to talk through chat.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Which one? Oh, okay. This is position 29, Mr. Padron. Morning, how are you? Very well. All right, Mr. Padron, is it Padron? Sorry.
Padrone.
Padron, okay. I am of the understanding this morning that you wish to plead guilty to the charges brought against you. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And I want to first swear you in. Can you raise your right hand? You affirm the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? Okay. And again, counsel, do you stipulate to the venue, identity, and factual basis? Okay. All right, I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and I understand again that we're pleading guilty to 1, 2, 3, and 4 emerging, and then counts 5 and 7 are no pros, and 6, I left out 6 and 6. So we're pleading guilty to 1, 2, 3, 4 merging, and 6. Okay. All right. And again, this is case number 22 CR 007230. And I have a guilty plea to the first count of racing. The next count would be improper transfer of tag and or decal. Position 3 is speeding, and 4 is reckless driving that are merging. And then we're no crossing driving without a valid license. And we're pleading guilty to failure to maintain insurance. And then expired tag and unregistered vehicle is being no pros. Okay. All right, on a special condition. And then read me the rest of the plea, Deputy Falk, for 12 months probation. All right. And are we paying today or? Okay. Okay. Okay, good. All right, let me ask you the questions, Mr. Is it Patron? Okay. The first one being, are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time? Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney? Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence? That you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent, testify, not testify against yourself? That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial before the jury, whichever you prefer? And are you prepared to agree to waive these rights today?
We can't hear you, Your Honor.
Cannot. Uh-oh. Should
I can
start-
hear you now when you turn back. Thank you.
Oh, I should not turn my head. Should I start over for the recording or not?
Yes, Your Honor, I heard none of that.
All right, let me start over. Mr. Padron, I understand that you wish to plead guilty today. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is case number 22 CR 007230. And again, I'm going to ask you a series of questions in order to accept your plea. The first one being, are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time? Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney? Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence? Do you understand that you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself? Do you understand that you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer? Are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today? Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty? And do you understand that the court does not have to accept the state's recommendation and can impose a maximum sentence, that you have the right to withdraw, and that you have the right to withdraw your guilty plea? And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today? Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, your immigration status may be affected because of your guilty plea here today? And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you? And so as to the charges that I have read, counts 1, 2, 3, and 4 merging, 6, and count 6, how do you plead to those charges? All right. And you also heard Deputy Falk read the conditions of this plea with the various fines for each of those pleas. And if you pay those instanter, then you will not have to be on probation, that it will not, if you pay the fees instanter today. Do you understand that? Okay. And you're prepared to do that, pay the fees today. Is that correct? Okay. All right, we're going to sit you in the box, the jury box, while we process the paperwork. And then what we ask is that once you pay the fee, the fines rather, that you come back and bring your receipt and show it to the clerk so that they can then mark that, and then you will be free to go, okay? All right, thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor.
morning.
Anne Les here for John Durnell on behalf of Aaron Zhang.
Yes,
Yes, we had pre-tried with the state and we need to share that offer with the client. I know, I think we have also filed a waiver in this case, but I wanted to go ahead and get here and pre-try with the state. If we could reset, Ms. Gerstenzang and I usually cover when she's on leave, but she and I are on leave on the 5th. But if I could be here on the 25th, if that's still an open date. I would just need to check. I want to make sure I don't schedule it. If that's
Okay.
okay, I'll hold my announcement.
okay,
till-
okay, thank you.
Thank
Uh-huh. Next, I have Michael Gadsden. All right. Mr. Gaston, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? All right, and put your hand down. And again, 22 CR 007164. And I understand that you wish to plead guilty to the two charges. The first being driving in a circular or zigzag course, laying drag, and wrong way on a one-way street, both with the offense date of May 8th, 2021. You wish to plead guilty to both of those charges? All right, I'm going to ask you a series of questions. The first being, are you currently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol? Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence? And that you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself? And that you're giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer? And are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today? Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of this guilty plea today? Do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, your immigration status may be affected because of your guilty plea today? And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you? And so as to both of the charges that I read, how do you plead? All right, and you understand the conditions and the sentence recommendations of the probation and the payment of the fines? All right, and that is suspended upon payment. You prepared to pay instanter today? Okay. All right, I will accept your plea and forward it to the clerk and have a seat in the jury box. Then once you pay your fine, you can come back and show us your receipt, okay? Thank you. Okay. Now I have Mr., is it Imran? Imran. Position 16. Okay. It's 22 CR 007546. Mr. Imran, you're charged with one count of speeding, one count of reckless driving, third count of racing, fourth count instructions, permits, provisional license, and temporary license. So for the four charges, all occurred, the offenses rather occurred on December 20th, 2019. And what is that plea offer, Deputy Falk? All right. Is that your understanding, Mr. Mazingo? Okay, gotcha. Sorry about that. All right. And Mr. Mazingo, do you stipulate to the venue identity and factual basis? All right. Raise your right hand for me, Mr. Imran. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? All right, I need to ask you a series of questions in order to accept your plea. The first one being, are you presently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol? Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney? Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence? That you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself? That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer? And you're prepared and agree to waive these rights today? Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty? And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea? Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, your immigration status may be affected because of your guilty plea here today? Do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you? And so as to the charges, it appears counts 1, 2, and 3 will merge, and with count 4, that you, how do you plead to those charges? All right, and you understand the conditions, and you're going to pay the fines instanter, is that correct? All right, we're gonna sit you in the jury box as well, and then once you have your receipt, come back, show it to the clerk, and then you'll be free to go. All right, thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay.
Yes, my last announcement, January 12th works great, Your Honor. Thank you
Okay.
very much. I know that'll be a big day, but this one's so old, it will likely be first in the conflict list, so.
Okay, and
Yeah.
refresh us and make sure we have down for the right one. Which case again? 8, gotcha. All right. We'll reset position 8 to January the 12th.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one. All right, this is position 36, 22 CR 007245, State versus Garrett Smith. You charge of driving in a circular or zigzag course, laying drag, and wrong way on a one-way street, both with the offense date of May the 8th, 2021. All right, Garrett Smith, correct? Okay. And ASG Tortorello, can you give me the plea offer, please?
Is anyone speaking, Your Honor?
Yes, ASG Tortorello is speaking, but let me
Okay.
hold for a second. We'll probably have to come to the mic, but let me return the paperwork. Yes. 1 second. Okay. Okay. Right, that's fine. Yeah. All right, now we're ready. Mr. Garrett Smith, 22 CR 7245. I need to swear you in order to accept your plea. And hold on one second, ASG Tortorella, I think I interrupted you, did I not? Go ahead and put your plea offer back on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. As stated, this is, State versus Garrett, um, Gerard Smith, case number 22 CR 7245. The state's offers as follows: for count one, lane drag, 12 months of probation, $500 fine, probation to terminate upon payment of fine. And for count two, the defendant was charged with wrong way on one-way street. That will be amended to impeding the flow of traffic. And it will be 12 months of probation. And it will run concurrent to count one, and probation will terminate upon that payment. Count one. And nothing further to say.
All right, and you stated that count two was being reduced to impeding flow of traffic?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Garrett, come up to the podium a little closer for me. I'm going to swear you in and ask you a series of questions in order to accept your plea. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? All right. Are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol at this time? Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence? Do you understand that you're waiving and giving up the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself? And that you're giving up or waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer? And are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today? Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty? And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here? And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, your immigration status may be affected because of your guilty plea here today? And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you? And so as to both charges, how do you plead? All right, and you understand the conditions with the fines? And so you're prepared to pay those fines today, instanter? Not today? Okay,
Probation will terminate upon completion of payment.
okay. And so, and I thought we didn't have probation here today, no? Or do we? Okay, so we'll put you in the jury box and someone from probation will come up to sign him up, right?
Before the hearing concluded, Your Honor, just to state on the record, I just want to know the defendant stipulates the facts, venue, and ID of the matter.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll have you just sit in the jury box and wait for them. Then when you go, and then when they come and sign you up, then they will give you further instructions, okay? All right, thank you. I'll accept your plea. Next, I have Brendan Newell. Position 27. Madam Clerk, we got two things. Got some. That. Hold on 1 second, Deputy Falk. Because he's got counsel. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Newell, let me ask your counsel first. You stipulate the venue, identity, and a factual basis? Okay. All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? Okay, put your hand down for me. I'm gonna ask you a series of questions before I accept your guilty plea. And the first being, are you currently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication? Uh, are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney? Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up or waiving the right to the presumption of innocence? That you're giving up or waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself? That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer? And you prepared and agree to waive these rights today, is that correct? Has anyone told you that you'll receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty? And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of this guilty plea today? And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, your immigration status may be affected because of your guilty plea today? Do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you? All right. I did see that here, Nolo. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, let me change that. We will accept the Nolo plea to the charges as read by Deputy Falk. And you're prepared to pay your fines instanter today? Okay. And so once you do that, we will sit you in the jury box for the moment so that we can process your paperwork. And once you bring your receipt back, we can then let you be released at that time. But I'm sorry, this will be a Nolo plea, and I will accept your Nolo plea. All right? All right, good luck to you. All right, you're welcome. Okay, we'll let you go and keep him in charge. Thank you so much. Okay. I have Ethan Willock. is position 43. Case number 22 CR 007236. Charged at 1 count of driving in circular zigzag, course lane drag and racing, both with the offense date May 16th, 2020. And you're represented by, is it Jason White? Okay. All right. ASG Tortorello, can you read the plea offer? Okay. All right, and Mr. White, do you stipulate to the factual basis, identity and venue? Okay. All right, Mr., is it Willock? I'm mispronouncing it. All right, Mr. Willock, I understand that you wish to plead guilty to the 2 charges, with the second being reduced to reckless driving. Is that correct? All right, and I'm going to put you under oath. Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Down for me. Are you presently under the influence of medication, drugs, or alcohol? Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney? Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the right to something? Do you understand that you're giving up the right to decide not to run for the state? And you're giving up the right to trial by judge or jury? First, you prepared to agree to waive the right to death. Anyone told you that you would receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty? And do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation is revoked because of your guilty plea here today? And
Please speak up, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm sorry, do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, your immigration status may be affected because of your guilty plea here? And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charges against you? And so as to both charges, how do you plead? And you understand the conditions and the fines, correct? All right, so we will put you in the jury box, and once you have received the information to go pay your fine, do that, bring the receipt back, and then we will let you go at that time. All right, thank you. Good luck to you.
Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And I need to make sure that everyone understands, and those that are in the jury box, that the fines have an additional court cost. So the total fine to pay will be more than just the agreed fine. There are court cost and additional amounts that will be added to that. So hopefully everyone is prepared to pay that today. Thanks. Oh, did I do position 39, Mr. Walker? No. No. The one that I have before me is Gossett Fleming. And then I have Walker next. Yes, I'm sorry. And I understand, you're the attorney, Matthew McNally.
That's correct, Judge. So I am here, Mr. Boston Fleming on Zoom.
Right.
So he is stationed, I think, overseas.
We can't hear you, Mr. McNally. Maybe lift the microphone. Thank you, sir.
Okay, is that okay? Is that better?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so Judge, I'm here, of course. Mr. Gossett Fleming is in the military. He's not able to be present in court, but he is on the Zoom, Your Honor. And as far as the plea paperwork goes, I have had a chance to go over those documents with him. We went over all of the questions and the answers. The only thing I wasn't able to do is get him to sign it. So depending on how Your Honor wants to approach that, as long as we can get Mr. Gossett, and I talked to Mr. Gossett about this, as long as we can get his express permission, I would be happy to sign his name on the plea paperwork to complete it. But however Your Honor wants to proceed. But
Okay.
as far as Mr. Gossett goes, we have gone over everything, and I made that suggestion to him about signing his name.
Okay, Mr. Gossett Fleming, you can unmute yourself. And do you give authority and acknowledge that your attorney will sign the plea paperwork for you in absentia since you are not in the country, and we certainly appreciate your service.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for your support.
And your attorney's name is, again?
Matthew McNally.
Okay, all right. Clerk, can you pass this to Mr. McNally, please?
All right, Your Honor, I have signed both documents
Okay,
on behalf of Mr. Gossett Fleming.
great. All right, Mr. Gossett Fleming, I understand that you wish to plead guilty. I have 3 counts, but I'll let the state tell me what the offer is, and then I'll come back to you. Hold on a second. Go ahead, Deputy Falk. All right. And Attorney McNally, you're prepared to pay the fine instanter?
That's correct, Your Honor. It would be in essence, one plea to 40-6-251, and I'm prepared to pay the fine and court costs here today once we conclude.
Okay, great. And so, Mr. Gossett Fleming, I'm going to put you under oath and ask you a series of questions in order to accept your plea with your attorney here in court today, okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you already stipulated, did you not, Mr. McNally, to the venue, identity, and factual basis?
If I didn't before, Your Honor, so stipulated.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Mr. Gossett Fleming, are you presently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the services and representation of your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving your right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, Your Honor.
That you're giving up or waiving to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
that you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes.
Has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, your immigration status may be affected by your guilty plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the understanding of the charges against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so as to both charges, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
So Judge, it would be to a
I'm so-
one charge, count 3.
One charge because of the merger, I'm sorry. Okay. And so I do have that. Merges into 3 and 2 merges into 3. Gotcha. Okay. All right. I will accept your guilty plea as stated and sign the paperwork, and your attorney's going to do the rest.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for getting on Zoom and taking time out of your schedule.
Thank you. Have a good one.
1 second. Anything else, counsel? We'd like to know where you are, Mr. Gossett Fleming, so that we can see if we want to come there to be with you.
I'm currently 30 minutes outside of Constanța, Romania.
Oh, wow. What time is it there?
It is 7:22 p.m., Your Honor.
7:22 p.m. Last question that's so important for the court. What's the temperature there?
6 degrees Celsius. I think that's like 34 degrees, Your Honor.
Wow. Well, keep all that there with you. Be safe. And we thank you for your service.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Be
Thank
safe.
you. Take care.
So Judge, I'll just wait for direction on how to pay.
Yes, she's going to process paperwork. Thank you so much. Mhm. Even okay. Right.
Mr. Markland has, did not qualify for the services of the public defender. I did have an opportunity to speak with him. Mr. Markland has indicated he is going into the Air Force on January 10th, and he has received his orders. I explained to him the plea recommendation. He indicated he wished to take the plea, but we needed to reset since he is obviously on Zoom. So we would like to reset to January 5th.
Okay.
So that he can have an opportunity to come in and pay the fine.
All right. Mr. Markland, did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Your Honor.
All right. So we're resetting your case to January the 5th so that you can come in and take your plea at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so that'll just be a few days before you're going off to the Air Force. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And Ms. Falk, what I need, I don't know, would I still need to send you my paperwork for my orders? Do I need to bring that in with me?
Yes, just email that to me. I will send you, in case you have not sent me your email yet, I will send you my email address in the chat. And I just need you to email me your orders. And I will send you that letter that I told you I would send out to you today.
Yes, ma'am. I greatly appreciate you.
No That is
That is
correct.
correct.
Due to his orders, he will be, according to Mr. Markland, he will be shipping out before the January 12th date.
Right, so we're putting you on the 5th, as an accommodation for your orders. So again, we thank you.
I
for your
greatly
service.
appreciate you, Your Honor. Thank you,
Right.
ma'am.
Right, we thank you for your service as well.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you are free to go. We'll see you back on January the 5th. We'll see you in the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am. Everyone have a great day. Thank you.
You too, thank you. Okay. Leonard Walker? Okay. All right. Oh, well, let's do him first. You're right. All right, you're Mr. Leonard Walker? Okay. This is a plea, case number 22, CR 0072223. A plea, this is Leonard Charles Walker, charged at 1 count of driving in circular zigzag course lane drags. Offense date, May 31st, 2020. Go ahead, ASG Tortorella. Okay. And then I have on the plea sheet, it has some days of confinement. Okay, so is it something that needs to be corrected? Okay. Got you. Okay. Just making sure that it's stated correctly. Okay. All right, Mr. Walker, in order to accept your plea, I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. The first being stipulating to the venue, your identity and a factual basis. Will you stipulate to that or agree to that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand for me. You affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? All right, you put your hand down. Are you currently under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Are you let's see, you're representing yourself, so do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up and waiving the right to the presumption of innocence?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to remain silent and not testify against yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
That you're giving up and waiving the right to trial by judge or jury, whichever you prefer?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you prepared and agree to waive these rights today?
Yes, ma'am.
And has anyone told you that you will receive a lesser sentence for pleading guilty? Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty? Do you understand that if you're currently on probation, your probation may be revoked because of your guilty plea here today? And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, your immigration status could be affected because of your guilty plea today? And do you offer this guilty plea freely and voluntarily with the full understanding of the charge against you? All right, I will accept your guilty plea. You understand the conditions, as long as you pay the fee today and the extra fines that are attached, then there will be no confinement and that the probation would be suspended. Is that understood? Okay, we're gonna put you in the jury box, and as soon as they finish processing the paperwork so that you can go pay the fines and fees, then you bring the receipt back and then we'll let you go. All right, thank you so much. Good luck to you. I don't have anybody in the room here. One at the back row next. Kim? Yes.
Your Honor, position 30, uh, have Mr. And Mrs. Perry has qualified for the services of the public defender. I have spoken to Mr. Trejo. We are agreeing to a reset to January 5th or maybe let me see what our available dates are. 9 a.m. so that we can, Mr. Perry presented us with some additional information.
Okay.
And to go over before making any further determination.
Okay.
So I'm not sure which date would work best. Yes, Alexis Perry. Maybe a trial just on a, maybe another disposition. So whatever the catch-all is. Got it.
Can't hear you, Ms. Falk.
I said, I don't know if that concludes all of our pleas. I believe it does. So,
All pleas are concluded.
yep. If whenever Miss Redden is ready, because I know we've put her through her paces,
Yes.
we can go ahead and call the calendar so we can reconcile the calendar.
Sounds good. Okay, gotcha.
Can you all hear me?
Hmm,
Yes.
Okay. Position number 1, FTA, bench warrant. Position number 2, Bass, reset for status calendar, January 25th. Position number 3, Valori, reset status calendar, January 25th at 9. Position number 4, Claremont, reset January 25th, status calendar. Position number 5, Cox, further notice because the defendant is serving time until 2023 in custody. Forgive me for saying so. Position number 6, Davis, reset status calendar, January 5th. Position number 7, reset status calendar, January 5th at 9. Position number 8, Darnell, reset status calendar, January 12th. Position number 9, Burqua, FTA, bench warrant. Position number 10, Gadsden, negotiated plea. Position number 11, Gonzalez, FTA, bench warrant. Position number 12, Gossett Fleming, negotiated plea. Position number 13, Griffin, negotiated plea. Position number 14, Harris, FTA, bench warrant. Position number 15, Hicks, reset status calendar, January 25th at 9. Position number 16, Imran, negotiated plea. Position number 17, Jackson, FTA, bench warrant. Position number 18, Judy, reset status calendar, January 5th, for the defendant to hire an attorney. Position number 19, Knights, further notice, he was arraigned today, not guilty. Position number 20, Kozary, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Last name spelled Kozyrev, reset status calendar, January 25th. Position number 21, Lawson, defendant in custody in Morgan County, further notice. Position number 22, Manuel, reset status calendar, January 5th, 9 a.m. Position 25, Maravilla, reset status calendar, January 25th at 9. Position number 3, Maravilla, reset January 25th at 9, status calendar. Position number 26, Montgomery.
you're at 25.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I apologize. Position number 25, going back on the calendar, Markland, reset status calendar, January 5th at 9. It is on the status calendar, however, it will be for a final plea. The defendant to email his orders to Attorney Falk. Position number 26, Montgomery, reset to January 25th. Or did we further that for George?
I had the 25th.
Okay.
I have the 25th for Montgomery and I have motions. I'm sorry.
Right.
My apologies. Position number 27, Newell, negotiated plea. Position number 28, Northington, reset status calendar, January 25th. Position number 25, Hardron, negotiated plea. Position number 30, Harry, reset status calendar, January 5th. Position 31, Pierre, reset status calendar, January 5th. Position 32, Riviera, FTA, bench warrant. Position number 33, Robbins, FTA, bench warrant. Position number 34, reset January 12th, status calendar. Position number 25, Shirley, reset January 25th, status calendar. Position number 36, Smith, negotiated plea. Position number 37, further notice. for jury trial. He was arraigned today, last name Strickland, not guilty. Position number 38, Walden, reset status calendar, January 5th. Position 39, Walker, negotiated plea. Position 40, Walters, reset, January 5th, status calendar. Position 41, Williams, reset, status calendar, January 5th. Position 42, Williams, further notice request for jury trial. He was arraigned today. Position number 43, Wilcox, negotiated plea. Position number 44, Workman, FTA, bench warrant.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that concludes it. Anything else? Nope. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. That will conclude the calendar. Thank you. I finally get to see some people in person. Like, that's a
Your Honor. Your Honor. Yes, Ms. Smith brought Dunkin' Donuts. Do you want any of those?
Who brought a Dunkin' Donut?
Ms. Smith, that's down there in your courtroom. Ms. Smith bought 2 dozen Dunkin' Donuts, dozen Dunkin' Donuts this morning.
And where's she hiding them?
No, they're up here in the suite. They're up in J150. I wanted to know if you wanted me to bring you something down.
So I need to go upstairs?
No, ma'am, I wanted to know if you wanted me to bring you something down. I could bring
Oh,
the
yeah,
box.
you have a plain donut that I don't need?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I'm coming down.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, ma'am. Even if you miss it and there's a fine that you're able to pay it. You're welcome. Good afternoon, State Court Criminal Commissioner. You told me what, ma'am? What, do you have a case number? What's your last name? First name? Your date of birth is next. This is what battery charge. That's showing that you were scheduled for compliance calendar on December the 20th at midnight. Does not give a I'm going to say that it's virtual, but you would have to speak with litigations manager to find out if it is in fact virtual. So so let me give you her information so you can contact her. Let me know when you're ready. Her name is Mrs. Smith. M as in Mary, C as in Charles, T as in Tom, U as in umbrella, R as in Robert, E as in Echo. Her phone number is 404 613 4606. Again, that's 404 613 4606. Yes, and also let me give you your case number. It's 19. C as in Charles, R as in Robert, 000. That's 000960. B as in boy. Again, 19 CR 000960. B as in. You're welcome. Have a good day. Good afternoon, State Court Criminal Commission. How may I help you? What about your court date, sir? You're trying to see if there's a hearing scheduled for you yet? What's your last name? You said Henson, H as in Harry, ENSON. HANSON. First name? Common spelling, MARVIN. Your date of birth? And this is for the ag assault, Mr. Hanson? Okay, this is gonna be a Superior Court case. because it's a felony, not a misdemeanor. I'm not showing a hearing schedule for you in their case. But let me give you their phone number, because any questions that you have in regards to it and any future check that you get are gonna have to be made in this phone number. So let me know when you're ready. It's 404 613 5314. There's no court date scheduled for you yet. Okay? You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, State Court Criminal Division. How may I help you? Okay, so he has to be taken into custody physically before we can individually be lifted. At that time, when he's actually booked into Fulton County Jail, if there is a fine assessed previously, a bond assessed previously, then you can post said bond. If there isn't, he has to go before a judge in order to be given a bond. And once that bond is given, if there is such bond presented, then you'll be paid. You're welcome. Have a good one. Thanks so much.
Make sure you wash them in.
Vic, you said you were hungry. I got a sausage biscuit over here. Yeah, sausage biscuit. From McDonald's, a sausage biscuit. I'll take it. I'm gonna take it. I didn't hear you. I said, yes, ma'am, I'm take it with me. Okay, now these cases down. I didn't hear a word you just said. If you wanted, it's on the desk. What? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I didn't even realize it was time for me to get on the phone. I was trying to get that calendar done, and that man called me, and I had to do a whole bunch of stuff going on. Do you know? I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna ask you. Come on. You got a date for him? Right, tomorrow. That's why I'm not here. That's why I switched. I was supposed to be out today. Our preliminary hearing is tomorrow. You on that way to Alabama tonight? Everybody got no money for the hotel?
You know that's my. You know we family, right?
Yeah, this is the little brother I never wanted.
She always kick me every time she see me. This gentleman said he came to court on y'all and judge dismissed everything, but that ain't what the bus name say. He wants disposition. Today ain't the day for that.
What's his name?
Mr. Mathers. Or no, Mathis. I'm sorry, Mathis. 4th, October 4th. And he had a he had 2 citations, driving on suspended and something else. But she said they dropped everything. So Rachel ain't here today?
No.
How the hell she keep on getting days off?
Your bride is off.
She got another Friday out?
Hey, Frank. Is it? No.
What you want me to do?
Give him a release form for me.
Okay, I got
Right
you.
over, you can give it to him. Plus, the judge did business.
Okay.
That's from.
You want me?
You said it was happening.
Close down and just give him a thing?
Don't close it out. Give him a release and then print. When we do it, scan it in the system.
Okay.
One of the is now provided to the defendant because he wanted the ones, doing everything.
Okay.
So just put in the events that, he got it and scan it in for him.
Okay, we'll do.
Thank you. I'll be right back on you. All right. Be going out.